Why, thank you. Oh, I will certainly do that. Let me put this all on silent. Silence this phone.
Sharon's not here. Sharon's not here.
She's coming. She's running late. But she says she will be here. All hearts clear?
All hearts are clear. We're ready.
Yes. Good evening, and let me welcome everyone to our regular board meeting, starting now at 6:01 p.m. I'd like to welcome everyone, because it's nice to have a nice crowd. So nice of y'all to come out and welcome me back from my little trip. Thank you very much for coming out for that occasion. All right. That being said, let's all please stand and take a moment to get our thoughts together, make sure that our hearts and minds are prepared to do the work that we need to do for our children. Please take a moment of silence. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Our mission statement this evening will be read by the Hendersonville Elementary School Young Men of Hope. Are my young men here?
This chairperson is actually the Young Men of Hope. So everyone, if you come on, please, every Young Men of Hope, Ms. Edwards, please come and get me. The Young Men of Hope is a part of the middle school, the high school, and the elementary school.
That's awesome.
So keep this over here, gentlemen. We appreciate Ms. Edwards for making this opportunity for us on today. But Young Men of Hope, we're going to have, is it traffic? Would you please go? Let's do it, the reading.
Is this mic on?
My name is Shamar Habasham, and I will be reading the mission statement. Will prepare every student to graduate with their 21st for their chosen college and or career path.
Thank you. And you said your name was what, young man?
Shamar Habasham.
Shamar, would you like to introduce some of your colleagues, or will they introduce themselves?
Like to introduce themselves.
Okay,
Makes sense.
very good.
All right. Thank you. You got to hold it down?
Yes, ma'am.
I hope that they can speak loud enough, okay? What I asked them to do, because it's usually what we do, is to choose a statement that they feel that the Young Men of Hope has helped them in. So from our pledge, they're going to use one of their statements that they are going to share with everyone. So they're going to introduce themselves and give their statements loud and clear. Please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bradley Kajeski, and I am a young man of hope, and I respect my teachers.
My name is Malachi McPherson, and I'm part of the Young Men of Hope, and I will always try my best in my subjects or activities.
Very good. This one.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Freddie Rodriguez, and I will persevere to have great, excellent school attendance.
Just come on up, gentlemen. Come on back. Loud.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Wright, and I'll make good choices and act with honesty and kindness.
Next. Come on.
My name is Travis Washington, and I will strive to be a young man committed to reaching my goals.
Hello, my name is Remington Holt, and I will make good choices and act with honesty and kindness.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Cameron Walker. We will show respect to our teachers, our classmates, and ourselves.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Zayden Fishburne. I will strive to be a good young man committed to reach my goals.
Hello, my name is King Davis, and I will strive to be a young man of hope.
Anyone else? Come on.
My name is Shamar Havisham, and I am a young man of character.
Very good.
My name is Hunter Roberts, and I will always try my best in every subject and activity.
Is that all the middle school and, okay. My high school gentlemen, would you please come and share? These are our graduates here. They're getting ready after being with the Young Men of Hope since 5th grade.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Platts. I will be telling you about being part of Young Men of Hope. Being part of Young Men of Hope means growing, making better choices, and helping younger kids by setting a good example. When you guiding and supporting them, you are also building yourself into a stronger and better man.
Good afternoon. I got with the button. Good afternoon, everybody. Being a young man of hope encourages you to lead by example, showing respect, working hard, and helping your community instead of just talking about change. It also reminds you to keep hope alive, not as wishful thinking, but as something you actively build through your choices every day.
Choices, very good.
Yeah, my name is Kiroy Daniels, and Young Men of Hope been reminding me to stay focused on growth, responsibilities, and making possible choices even when things get difficult. It encourages me to be a leader in my own life by showing respect to others.
Hi, my name is Caden Frazier. This group is all about being molded into a young man. It teaches you respect, perseverance, and to have dignity. I was once in these kids' shoes, and it just shows me what you can become if you work hard.
Hello, my name is Ronna Craps. I have been a Young Men of Hope since the 5th grade, and Mrs. Crawford has taught me so much about how to be a Young Man of Hope and also use my manners and also guide me through my dual enrollment journey.
Okay, thank you. I asked for special permission to present to the board and to our superintendent a plaque regarding the final stage of Young Men of Hope. We are ending Young Men of Hope this year. This is the last group here from 5th grade up to 12th grade. And so this is our last group that we will be working with. I work with the elementary and middle because we just want the high schoolers to be mentors to them. So that's why you see all of the Young Men of Hope here. from Hendersonville as well as the middle school. So tonight, I'm going to ask our seniors to come. Mr. Nixon, if you don't mind coming down. I did ask permission, everyone, to do this. So come on.
Superintendent?
Ms. Williams.
Okay, what we wanted to do, present it to the Colleton County School District Board of Trustees, superintendents, administrators, and teachers, because this program has been in every elementary school and, of course, our middle school. Our Cottageville Elementary School, Ms. Hedden, served as our practice place, wherein our students would come and showcase and give presentations to the Cottageville group. So she's always been a supporter of Cottageville. But all of these schools, that's why we have up here administrators and teachers, for unwavering support of the Young Men of Hope Achievement Program. Your dedication from 2015 to 2026 has empowered our youth, inspired excellence and hope for future generations, helping others pursue excellence. April 21st, 2026, Dr. Queenie L. Crawford, Executive Director, Institute of Hope for Excellency, is he said taking pictures. I would like for you to get in a picture, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton is one of our sole supporters when we started off this, as well as Mr. Philip Taylor. They and our Dr. Rose, they were instrumental in making this program work. So tonight, I present to you our appreciation for all the school district has done. We have on here pictures from almost every group through the years, and we just appreciate the board as well as the superintendent for all you have done to make this program work.
And as they're gathering, we want to thank Miss Queenie Crawford, because we know the good Lord gave her the vision, and she's been at this since 2010 as a retired educator in our county.
Come back this way, everyone. You good?
One's on the end, I think you got on the steps.
On the steps? Someone on the steps, you want the high school board or something?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, high school.
Some of the little guys come over this side, so we're going to go right here, we're on this side.
Okay, follow directions. Very good.
She taught my son, brother English.
Yes. And if I may, I would like to, and I know Ms. Strobel just said this, but I would like to reiterate to thank Ms. Queenie Crawford for all of the work that she's done over the past 8 years. Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for honoring Miss Crawford. She's a great lady. She taught my brother. He's 60. Thank you. Love y'all shirts. Got a collar on your shirt. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all made your schools proud. You made your school proud. Thank you. Make your school proud. Thank you. Thank you. Make your school proud. Good job.
Good hands.
Yes. 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 That's real good. And we want to thank their parents and members of their school that were here to represent them and support them. Thank you for being here with us.
And I want to make one other statement about these young men and the older gentleman that helped them. It's amazing that you cannot be what you cannot see. So the fact that these older gentlemen are there to mentor the young ones is what it's all about. Again, congratulations to all of them and the people that helped groom them and bring them up. Thank you so much. Moving on, please. If we can have our civility pledge. Members. I pledge to build a stronger and more effective school board by advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of my school district. Now, I'd like to entertain a motion on approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we approve the agenda as stated. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Passes unanimously. Chairperson's report. I'd like to entertain a motion on approval of the minutes from March 17, the regular board meeting on March 24, the board budget workshop session April 24, and the committee of the whole, April 14th, committee of the whole.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the minutes as presented for March 17th, March 24th, and April 14th.
Second.
It has been proven and properly second that we accept the minutes from those past meetings. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Unanimous approval. Moving on, I'd like to remind those of us about tomorrow's day at the Capitol. The breakfast starts at 8:30, 8:45. We're meeting for breakfast first thing in the morning. Please check your schedules to be sure that you are there at that particular time. And hopefully we can meet with some of our legislators to discuss our schools and the necessity for them looking after the public schools in South Carolina. Additionally, the Rice Festival is coming up this weekend, and there are several occasions where our students will be performing. I'm hoping everyone will attend those. Is there parade? It's what day? Saturday morning? Okay.
Yes, the parade is Saturday morning at 11 a.m. And I know we have several schools that are going to be in the parade, and also the rice cook-off is Wednesday, tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and our TCTC Culinary Arts will be participating in the rice cook-off. We will also have different booths downtown as well, so we invite everyone to come and support the Colleton County School District.
Thank you very much, and I'll be rooting for those TCTC students because they are such good cooks. Sorry, was that Allison? Okay. Moving on, the Policy Committee meeting next Monday at 5, is it, for the Policy Committee meeting? So please make sure you put that on your calendars, those of you who are part of that particular meeting. Continuing, recognitions. Every member of Team Colleton works for kids and makes important contributions toward becoming a world-class school system. Student and staff recognitions. Superintendent Williams.
Thank you, Chair Nixon, and I'd like to say good evening to our board members. I would also like to say good evening to all of our school and district leaders, all of our community members who are here, and those who are being recognized tonight. We welcome you being here tonight. And, you know, as I always say, this is my most favorite part of our meeting because we have an opportunity to recognize our staff, recognize our students for going above and beyond. So I ask that you bear with us because we do have quite a few recognitions, but as you know, school will be over quite soon, and we do not want to miss anybody, to let everybody know that we truly appreciate all of the hard work that you've done this year. So we're going to start with our above and beyond students, and we're going to start with Bells Elementary School. We're going to ask Kaylee Warren, third grade student at Bells Elementary, if you're here, to come forward. She's here. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. All right, and Kaylee, Principal Ferguson, are you here? Okay, she's not here tonight, but she submitted this on your behalf, Kaylee, and I'm going to read it. It says, Kaylee is a very bright student. She works hard and excels in academics and behavior. She consistently meets goals that are set before her. She shows up every day and gives her best. We are very proud to have her as a model student at Bells Elementary School. Let's give Kaylee Warren another round of applause. And I'm going to ask Kaylee's parents, if you're here, if you would please stand to be recognized. Okay. Now we're going to move to Blackstreet Early Childhood Center. And tonight we are recognizing, Kaylee, we want you to stay. Kaylee, come back. Yes, there you go. We're going to take a picture and then shake the board members' hands in just a few minutes. We would like to call Alexander Gomez Morales, kindergarten student at Blackstreet Early Childhood Center, to come up, please. He is sharp in his suit. And just want to read what was submitted by Principal Pearson. If you're here, raise your hand. Principal Pearson submitted this on Alexander's behalf, and it says, Alexander Gomez Morales is truly deserving of the above and beyond student recognition. He consistently puts forth his best effort in all that he does, demonstrating a strong work ethic and a commitment to learning. Alexander not only excels in completing his own work, but he also takes the initiative to support and encourage his classmates, showing kindness and leadership beyond his years. His positive attitude, helpful nature, and dedication to doing his best each day make him a standout student and a wonderful example for others to follow. So let's give Alexander Morales another round of applause. And are you Dad? Okay, Dad is here with him. Are any other family members here that would like to be recognized? His mother, if you would please stand. Let's give her a hand. All right, next we're going to move to Forest Hills Elementary School. Principal Guarino recommended Mr. Kendall Jenkins, fourth grade student at Forest Hills. Miss Kendall Jenkins, I'm sorry about that. Let's give Kendall a round of applause as she comes forward. So, Miss Kendall, I am going to read what Principal Guarino submitted on your behalf. And it says, Kendall Jenkins is an excellent student leader in the classroom. She not only has grown great, she has not only shown great growth through the school year academically, growing 2 grade levels in math and 1 in reading, but she is also an exceptional class citizen. She is very responsible and follows expectations and also goes out of her way to encourage her classmates to make good decisions. If a classmate is struggling, Kendall jumps right in to assist them. She has served on student council and is a great leader in Boys and Girls Club at Forest Hills as well. She always has a positive attitude and demonstrates all the qualities we encourage in our Cougar Cubs. She is a joy to have in class and a very good representative for our school. So let's give Miss Kendall Jenkins another round of applause. And we ask if Kendall's parents are here, if you would stand please to be recognized. Oh, okay. Awesome. Awesome. All right, we're going to move now to Northside Elementary School. Principal Behe, I think I saw her. Yep, there she is. And she recommended Miss Raylan Moulter, first grade student. Raylan Moulter. Raylan's coming on up. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. Just a little shy. Well, I'm going to read this as Raylan comes up. Raylan, this is an honor. You have done a very good job to be recognized tonight. So, Raylan, this is what your principal submitted on your behalf. She said, Raylan is an outstanding student at Northside Elementary School who exemplifies hard work, growth, and kindness each day. She has shown incredible dedication to her learning by increasing her iReady reading score by 56 points. 56 points. In the classroom, Raylan consistently gives her best effort and leads by example, while also supporting her peers with positivity and encouragement. She is a shining role model in first grade, and we are so proud of all she has accomplished. Let's give Raylan another round of applause. And I know you're Raylan's mom, correct? Are there any other family members that are here that would like to be recognized? Okay, well, thank you for being here with us.
Doing good, Mama.
All right, from TCTC, Director Kubik. Is he here? There he is. Director Kubik submitted Trent Phoenix, 11th grade student, Trent Phoenix. There he is. All right. All right, Trent. We want to say congratulations, and I'm going to read what Director Kubik. I think I met you, right? You're the one who draws. Oh, yes. I met this young man. I was visiting a class at the high school one day, and he is an amazing artist. Oh, he is wonderful. Yes, you're going places with that artistic talent. But I'm going to read what Director Kubik submitted on your behalf, okay? Trent has matured in his attitude and confidence in his barbering class. He is showing great leadership skills and has been a model student for his class. We look forward to having Trent represent our barbering program at the Skills USA competition next school year. So let's give Trent Phoenix another round of applause. And we ask if Trent's parents or family members are here, if you would please stand at this time. Yes. All right. Now, from Colleton Adult Learning Center, and I did see Director Horvath in the back, right there, we would like to recognize Miss Melissa Ortiz Bartolo. Melissa Bartolo. And Melissa is a GED completer. So I'm going to read, Melissa, what Director Horvath submitted on your behalf. And it says, Ms. Bartolo is committed to success and has been a motivated learner and role model to her peers since walking through our doors here at Colleton Adult Learning Center. She has completed and passed all 4 areas of the official GED tests. She has achieved South Carolina Work Ready status by passing the WIN Work Ready academic test and has also obtained a North Star Digital Literacy Certificate. Her teacher has nominated her for the National Adult Ed Honor Society, and she continues to impress everyone she meets. So let's give Melissa Bartolo another round of applause. And we ask if Melissa's parents or family members are here, if you would please stand to be recognized as well. Thank you. All right, and we have just a few more. So these 2 students have been recognized for some significant achievements that I'm going to call forward. First, I'd like for Ashton Walker. Ashton Walker from Colleton County High School, 12th grade student. And I'm going to tell you what Ashton achieved. You're welcome. So Ashton was selected from Region 1 as a recipient of a scholarship from the South Carolina Association of Title I Administrators in the amount of $1,000. His outstanding academic achievements and extracurricular involvement are truly commendable, and we are delighted that he applied for the SCATA scholarship. So let's give him another round of applause. I want to thank Ms. Bozeman because when she heard the news, she immediately sent a message. Guess what? One of our students won our scholarship. So that was amazing. So I'm going to ask Ashton's parents if you would please stand at this time to be recognized. All right, and we have another student achievement recognition that we would like to recognize, and this is for Sierra Frazier, 5th grade student at Forest Hills Elementary School, and she's coming forward. There she is. So let me tell you what Sierra accomplished. We are delighted to congratulate Sierra for achieving a perfect score on the 2025 SC Ready Assessment in English Language Arts. Perfect. This extraordinary accomplishment places you among a very select group of students across South Carolina, the top 1%, who have demonstrated true mastery of the standards. It is a remarkable achievement and one that deserves to be celebrated. So congratulations again to Sierra. Let's give her another round of applause. And I just want to say to all of you, thank you for going above and beyond and putting your academics first, because when you graduate from high school, what you learn now is going to take you a long way. So congratulations again. We're going to take a picture, and then we're going to ask you to go and shake our board members' hands. Sierra's parents, I did not ask Sierra's parents to stand to be recognized. Sierra's parents, please stand. All right. We have a large group to be recognized. I'm going to circle back. Hold on just a minute. I have some guests that are here today to be recognized as well, and then I'm going to circle back to our band, okay? All right, so this evening, I want to recognize one of the district's partners for the amazing job that they do supporting our students. I'm going to ask now that the Coastal Mental Health members, the team, to come forward as I call your name. We're going to ask Miss Angie Sally, who is the Director of Coastal Mental Health, to come forward, please. Miss Andrea Miley to come forward, please. Miss Jill Ballou to come forward, please. And Miss Maureen Holmes to come forward. Now, I don't want to miss anybody because I see Miss Lina sitting here. Is she a part? No. I just want to make sure. I don't want to miss anybody. But thank you, Miss Lina, for being a supporter. We do appreciate you. But I also want to ask if Miss Renee Jameson is here, if she would come up as well at this time.
Good night for the Jameson family.
So Ms. Jameson is not a part of Coastal Empire, but I'm going to read something and you'll see why she's here with these ladies. So I want to start by saying thank you to you all. Thank you. Coastal Empire Mental Health provides comprehensive outpatient support to our students who are in need. If our students are having crises or just any type of need that, say they may need some counseling support, they provide that. They provide support to all of our school locations in Colleton County, all schools. And they provide that service with a caring and positive outlook. Their work extends beyond the school day, exhausting all measures to ensure our students are successful. I can, or Dr. Jenkins can call any one of these ladies, and I'm telling you, they're on it, and they will get back to us like just their amazing support. Combined, they have served 1,011 students in our district. So I think that that is commendable. And as I was meeting with Mrs. Sally, the director, and also Ms. Miley, to discuss future support, and they gave tremendous gratitude for the support of you, Ms. Renee Jameson. And I'm going to tell you their exact words. They said, "She is awesome." So how you support them as they support our schools and our students, we want to congratulate you too, and thank you for the amazing support that you give to them so they can support our students, and the support that you give our families as well. So I want to let's give Ms. Jameson a round of applause. And I just want to thank all of you and let you know that the work that you do is all about the kids, because that's what you do. You support our kids to the nth degree. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to get a picture, and then you can shake our board members' hands. again, thank you so much, Coastal Empire, for the work that you do. And I don't know if you all have family members that are here. If you do, they can certainly wave their hands. All right. Now, we're going to move to some additional special recognition for a special group of students under the direction of Mr. Tommy Finnegan, our Band of Blue. And I know Tommy probably has something already prepared, but I just want to say before he comes forward that our winter percussion, and I'm sure he will give you the scores and everything, they had an amazing season. And also our jazz and concert bands, they earned straight superior ratings with distinction from the South Carolina Band Directors Association. So I would like for all of our band members that are here tonight to come forward at this time. And I'm going to ask Mr. Finnegan if you would take the mic and talk about all the great things that your band members have done this year. And Ms. Messick. And Mr. Blackwood, come up as well. Ms. Messick, Mr. Blackwood. Anybody else that I missed? Ms. Fussell, Mr. Ritchie, thank you all for being here tonight. All right, Mr. Finnegan.
Do we have any other band members in the audience? Thank you, Superintendent Williams. Thank you, School Board, for having us here tonight. Tonight, we're here to celebrate Music in Our Schools Month by the National Association for Music Education. We're very proud to recognize the extraordinary achievements of the Colleton County High School Band of Blue. Throughout March, our students have demonstrated elite musicianship and discipline, representing Colleton County with distinction at the regional and state levels. Out of 1,300 students from 11 counties who auditioned for the SCBDA Region 4 Honor Band Clinic, 3 of our own earned the highest individual honor a band member can receive. We congratulate the following students for earning chairs in the 2026 Clinic Region Band: Caleb Creel. Caleb, if you'll step forward. Caleb is a percussionist. Reese Hires, trumpet, and Francisco Martinez, who's a bass clarinetist. Those 3 students earned Region Band honors. Our primary ensembles earned top-tier ratings at their respective SCBDA performance assessments this month. Our Big Blue Jazz Band earned a superior rating in Columbia. We recognize the 40 multi-talented musicians in this group, including feature soloist, and if you'll step forward, Morgan Stewart, or wave, Charlie Crabb, and Zion McFadden. Let's hear it for the Big Blue Jazz Band. Our Band of Blue concert band earned a superior with distinction at West Ashley High School. The ensemble was specifically lauded for an outstanding performance in sight reading. We recognize the contributions of soloist Jakeem McKenzie, Cadence Garvin, Kyla Drew, Elena Brown, Deshad Fishburne, and Zion McFadden. Our winter programs concluded their season with the Carolina Winter Ensembles Association with historic results. Our Winter Guard, both JV and varsity teams, delivered powerful performances at the championships. We recognize varsity captains Jalen White, Melinda Nunez, and JV captains Emma Fitch and Hannah Ayer. And finally, following a season of steady growth, our winter percussion ensemble claimed first place and the gold medal in the Percussion Scholastic A division. This group was led by captains Brantley Paget, Jaden Garvin, Robert Idle, Caroline Herndon, Savannah Ross, and Sarah Wilson. We wish to honor our graduating seniors whose leadership has been the foundation of this year's success. Our class of 2026 Senior Band of Blue members are drum majors Emma Bailey and Deshad Fishburne, Captain Sheldon Kennedy, Charlie Crabb, Kiana Hill, Jaden Garvin, Caroline Herndon, Robert Idle, Percussion Captain Brantley Paget, Abigail Perry, Aiden Risher, Savannah Ross, Isabella Smith, Nevia Smith, Morgan Stewart, Bridget Wangombe, Guard Co-Captain Jalen White, and Sarah Wilson. Congratulations, class of 2026. These successes are a direct result of the mentorship provided by our band directors, Nick Enfinger, Kathy Messick, and Clay Blackwood. Alongside our dedicated staff is our Band of Blue staff that include music teachers Taylor Fussell, Anthony Crimley, and George Ritchie. We also have a very dedicated guard instructors, Jason Johnson, Lily Boyert, Tibby Walling, and Logan Hale. Thank you to our Band of Blue staff. And finally, we wish to extend our deepest gratitude to the Colleton County School District, Superintendent Williams, who, by the way, was our Band of Blue band captain in 1980, 81, 81, 80. Our Band of Blue Booster Club, and if I have parents in the audience, would you please stand and be recognized? Our Band of Blue parents. We'd also like to thank the staff and faculty at Colleton County Middle School, Colleton County High School, and all of our Colleton County schools. To the friends, family, and band fans in our community, thank you for your unwavering support of these talented young musical ambassadors. Congratulations to our Band of Blue on a remarkable season. At this time, I had several of the students hold some of the plaques and trophies. Brantley, if you'll hold up the first place trophy. Charlie, if you'll hold up the with distinction plaque. Morgan, if you'll hold up the jazz band plaque. And then we've got the guard plaques and other percussion plaques. Tonight, school board, we thought we would share a moment of glory with you. A lot of times the Band of Blue, you hear about us at competitions and you see us get awards. Well, tonight we thought we would share the gold medal with you. So tonight, our drum majors, Deshad Fishburne and Emma Bailey, are going to present you with a commemorative gold medal. We would be proud for you to wear it. Drum majors, if you would please go up and present to the board members. We're going to start out with Superintendent Williams getting a gold medal.
Oh, that is so nice.
And if y'all will go up to the top and do that. Our percussion ensemble this year was outstanding. Mr. Clay Blackwood and Mr. Ritchie, Ms. Fussell and Mr. Crimley did an outstanding job with them. If you didn't get a chance to see us, we performed 14 times during the month of March. And for Music in Our School Months, I want to tell everyone in this audience, music is alive and well in Colleton County. I've been visiting the elementary schools. I'm very impressed with what our elementary music teachers are doing. Students are thriving. They love music. And we want to make sure that we always have music in our schools.
Yes, very good.
Let's give our board a hand and our superintendent. At this time, before we take the picture, our students would like to go up and shake the hands and thank the school board for your support. What you do for our band program means so much. When we go off to these competitions, we always feel like we've got your support behind us, and we really appreciate it. Thank you again.
Yes.
You want to do the picture first? We'll take the picture first, and then we'll shake hands. Thank you, Ms. Roy. All right, right over left, we know that. Let's do the big lead. Yep, we know how to take a picture.
And I just want to say, as the students are shaking our board members' hands, I would like to thank Mr. Finnegan as the leader of the pact and his staff for all that they do for our students. And I'll... And I would like to say, as our band members are going back to their places or exiting, Mr. Finnegan and I spoke on, I think it was Sunday. You and I talked. And, you know, you never stop working. It's always something to do to make our school district better. So we talked about how can we market our 6th grade band, because as everyone knows, our 5th grade students will remain at their elementary schools this upcoming year. And we did that to try to recoup some of our student enrollment. So we talked about doing a flyer, and he did it. And we're going to place that flyer in the Press and Standard to let our citizens know that if you choose other choices, you will not have the advantage of being in our band of blue. So we want to encourage our citizens to remember that as you're making choices for your children, remember to make the choice where you will have more opportunities. Our children have opportunities to the band, sports, all sorts of different athletic and extracurricular activities. There's so many. I don't want to start naming them all because I won't name them all, but our school district offers a lot for our students. So we really want our 6th grade parents to remember that 6th grade is the year that our students start band, and we're working feverishly to make it work. I want to thank Mr. Finnegan. He's been working very hard along with Dr. Jenkins and Mrs. Hedden to make it work, and it's going to work really well next year. So we're happy about that. So just wanted to announce that, and thank you, Mr. Finnegan and Board Chair Nixon. That ends our recognition for tonight.
Well, thank you very much, Superintendent Williams, and again, congratulations to all the people that we have recognized for their achievements this board meeting. Moving on, public input. I have 6 people who are named to make some public response. I'd like to ask our Policy Committee Chair to please read the guidelines for public comment.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. The board welcomes the opportunity for you to share information concerning the district. Please be sure to follow these guidelines. There is nothing in the law or anyone here that prevents you from saying anything you wish to say. Please try to refrain from commenting on any pending student or employee discipline or grievance matter. What you say will become public information, which is subject to the Freedom of Information Act laws. If you choose to call specific employee names, and we suggest that you do not, it is the board chairman's duty to inform you that you could also be subject to defamation laws according to your statements. Please present your comments without using offensive language or making comments in a disrespectful manner. School district policy allows for 3 minutes per comment, and Ms. Hyman to my left will keep time. She'll let you know when to start and when to end. And finally, board members and the superintendent are not required to respond to your comments unless they choose, but we do appreciate your comments this evening. We thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitcomb. That being said, I will start. I'll go in the order that I was given this information. The first speaker is Mr. Art Williams. Mr. Williams.
Good evening to Chairman Nixon, our school board members, Superintendent Williams. I just felt impelled to come here today just to thank you all for the decision that was made last month to keep the Blackstreet School open. I also came here today, first, I'm representing the Tuskegee Airmen. I also wanted to come here today to plead with you all to rethink your thoughts. It's nothing wrong with rethinking sometime. You've had enough time to think about the decision that was made last month. I'm asking that you all extend the opportunity for the students to attend at Blackstreet School. I think it's important. It's the only neighborhood school that's left in the African American community. Think back to it. If you reflect back to the schools that were closed, all of them were closed in the African American community. This is the last one that they have. Not that we're looking for communities, because communities doesn't educate the kids alone. It's the teachers that are there. I think you had a real fine group of teachers at Blackstreet School. We don't want to run those teachers to another district. And by making the statement and giving them, telling them that their jobs are only for 1 year longer, and you're not competitive with the pay in this district, you're asking them to leave when you make those statements, because I know that Charleston County just opened up their wallets and said, take out as much money as you want. So Colleton cannot compete with it. I know that there are concerns. I've sat in your shoes before, chairs, with being on the board, and I know sometimes it's a difficult decision that you have to make when it comes to deciding to scale back some, and I know things have changed quite a bit, but I'm asking you, I'm pleading with you to reconsider and keep Blackstreet School open and in the neighborhood as a public school, not a charter school, as a public school. And I thank you all for the opportunity of being able to come before you all, but I really wish that you all would reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. The next name on my list is Mr. Horace Garrett.
Good evening.
Is your green button on? The green light on? Press your button.
He is now.
Okay.
Just a few things that concerns me right now is that, and Mr. Williams touched on some of them, and what I wanted to know is why the closure? Is it because of lack of funds, or lack of students, or they're not making proficiency on the state level wise? What's the student ratio per teacher? Are the teachers getting paid enough, like Mr. Williams said? Not only that, I'm kind of attached to Blackstreet School myself, because ever since I've been in this county going to school, we always had a Blackstreet School. And it's been beneficial. They had some rough times, yeah, but they came out of it. And as the preschoolers are concerned, I've yet to have any kind of abuse or anything like that toward the students from the faculty. And should the school close, what would the land be used for? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to sell it or build something else on it? Not only that, like he said about the educators, where they're going. For that fact, where the students going? I mean, what's the plan for that? What's the, I think it's like 300 something preschoolers at the school now? Somewhere around that area? I mean, I'm like Mr. Williams, I would rather y'all not do that. And I'm serious. Because like him, I've noticed a lot about the black schools that have been closed down also. But why is the closure? What's going on? I mean, they're not making like I said, meeting the state level so far, them being educated. That's it. If they're meeting their goals, they're in need of funds, or can get funds, build another school somewhere else for pre-Ks. You know, there's a lot of things to consider, and I hope y'all do really consider keeping it open, not just for 1 year, but permanent. And speaking for myself, yeah, I know sometimes I got a big mouth, but if we have to raise my taxes a little bit to keep it there, I'm game for that.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. I think before we go further, I should probably mention that it was discussed, the possibility of closing Blackstreet, but there has been no motion or no actual movement towards doing that as of yet. That being said, the next name on my list is Mr. Andrew Cooper. Mr. Cooper?
Good evening to the school board and to the superintendent of schools. Superintendent Williams, you've done a stellar job and you continue to provide great leadership to our school district. So thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to say that I'm the pastor of Mount Olive Baptist Church and also representing the Colleton County Ministerial Allowance. And before I get into the reasons that I'm here tonight, is I want to first and foremost just state that I am in full support of the Blackstreet School remaining open. And I'm grateful that you haven't made any decision on that yet. And it is my hope that you will do your due diligence, that you will leave no stone unturned in support of keeping the school open. And I think there's a number of reasons we should be looking at. Number one, its historical significance, not just in that community, but the 10 communities that it has served over the years and the impact on that. I think as educators, we all know that whenever you invoke a level of uncertainty into anything, that there is a great possibility that you're going to lose educators and administrators, as been mentioned already. I know that in continuity is so important when you're talking about education. So without really spending too much time here tonight, I only have 3 minutes, but I just want to lend my support and the support of our allowance and the support of the citizens here in Colleton County. We know that that school doesn't have the state standards because of the kids that are there, and so if this is a money issue that you're looking at, please take under advisement what we're saying here tonight, and let's do our due diligence to keep the Blackstreet Learning Center open. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. The next name on my list is Mr. Dwayne Buckner. Mr. Buckner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Colleton County School Board. I'm here tonight to offer my support in keeping the Blackstreet Learning Center open and to share some history with the board as you deliberate and make a decision on whether or not to keep it closed. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when I was a reporter, the same issue came before your predecessors regarding school consolidation, and it had a big meeting I'll never forget, and folks from the community came and made arguments to keep their community schools open. They wanted to keep them open because they felt that the community schools were a part of the community, that the children got love and attention, that they had connection, and that by closing the school, they would have to be bused and get up real early in the morning and cause challenges for them to have opportunities to participate in extracurricular activities such as band and sports, etc. And I remember the school board's main argument was efficiency. We can't afford to keep the schools open because we don't have the money. And it was great debate on both sides. But at the end of the day, the school board decided to close Ruffin and Ivenia Brown and consolidate all the schools. And now when you fast forward 20 years, some 30 years later, and ask yourself the question whether or not that was the best decision to make. When we look at our district and the challenges we have, the test scores, etc., I can conclude, and I believe you would, that if the board back then knew what would be now, they would not have closed those schools. They would have kept them open. And I want to close with this, two things. One, when a parent and a family are trying to make decisions regarding health care, and they can't afford health care for everybody, but the responsible parent will make sure that the children have health care even if they don't have it themselves. They will make a sacrifice for that child. And I'm asking this board tonight to be responsible parents and keep the Blackstreet School open and make an investment in the community, and to basically go back and make the better decision and not only keep Blackstreet School open, but make it the best school in the district so that the students in that community can thrive and be prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckner. The next name on my list is, I think, Mr. Russell Dunham. Mr. Dunham.
The first thing I would like to say is that me and Obama both look good in tan. I thought that was a good joke. But Mr. Finnegan, I want to, I don't know if he's here, but I marched on the band with Mr. Young in class of 1975, and their accomplishments are, we laid the way for them to do what they did today, and I felt real proud seeing them collect those trophies. And I'm primarily here to give you an overview of why it's important that schools like Blackstreet should exist. My dad had a third grade education, and it wasn't his fault. He was brilliant. I don't know if anyone in here knows how to take apart a V8 Chevy engine and put it back together and hit the key and crank it. I don't think there's many people in here that can do it. But he only had a third grade education because the opportunities that were available for his education weren't there. He grew up in Brunswick, Georgia, where there was a vagrancy law. He could have been arrested for not having a job at 14 years old. And schools didn't even go up to the 12th grade at the time. So he made sure that I got an education. I was actually so educated that I was the only person that Mr. Young ever said walked onto the band in 10th grade. Like they said, they started everyone off in the 6th grade. I walked on. No one else has ever done that. I don't know if anyone has done it since. But I was in the 10th grade when we moved to South Carolina. Since then, I went to college. My son went to the Citadel. My grandchildren, at 4 years old, invited me to a piano recital. So what I'm trying to get across is there was leaps and bounds from third grade education to how many people's that's not even elementary school, at a piano recital. How many people can experience that? So education is important. It's important that people have a lot of pride about their schools and the school that they go to. And sometimes you have to fly with broken wings, but like Maya Angelou said, I know why the caged bird sings. And he sings because he wants to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunham. And the last name on my list is Mr. Herman Bright. Mr. Bright?
Good afternoon, members of the school board, chairman, and superintendent. I am Herman Bright, and I stand here as a member of the fraternal organization of the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated to lend support to expressing our desire to keep the Blackstreet School open. And I certainly hope that anything that we say that you might take into consideration as you continue to discuss keeping this school open. Now, I'm a product of Colleton County, and as a matter of fact, I attended Blackstreet School myself back in the late 50s. So it's been around a while, and we like to see it continue to be a staple place for the surrounding communities and to help to continue to educate our children. So it is my hope and desire that as you continue your discussion concerning the Blackstreet School, that you will consider keeping that school in operation going forward. We appreciate all of the hard work that you do as a board, and we just want to let you know that the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity is one of many here in the county, and we do a lot on our level to continue to inspire our young people, especially with the boys, young boys, and we play a significant role as members of the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity incorporated here in Colleton County and beyond. So those are just my short words of saying thank you for the opportunity to speak in behalf of the Blackstreet Learning Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bright, and thank each of you for your input this evening. Your words were heard and will be considered in our deliberations as we move forward. The next order is new business. Superintendent Williams, any new business we need to discuss?
There's no new business.
Hearing no new business, moving on to the policy items. First reading, actions required. I'll turn that over to Chairperson Whitcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. I would like to begin with the policy items as listed for first reading and identifying that item 6.05, policy JKE, and the administrative rule that accompanies it for the expulsion of students has not been yet completely reviewed, and it will be represented to the policy committee this upcoming Monday at the April 27th meeting at 5 o'clock. So board members, that is not for consideration at this time. Do we have our attorney with us via phone? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry, I did not recognize. We have Ms. Hannah with us? Yes. Thank you. Ms. Hannah, can you hear us?
Allison, can you hear?
She was watching,
Yes,
so
I can
she's
hear.
on a momentary delay.
Got it. I want to make sure that she stopped.
Yes, thank you. Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, good. Anyway, so we'll begin with policy FA and FB, and maybe because of the drawback, Ms. Williams, if you can help me fill in, and policy committee members as well. And then if we need to, we'll ask Ms. Hannah a question, or she'll stop us if she needs to. Policy FA and FB, board members, if you'll remember, those two policies have identified Title IX identifications in the facility priorities and objectives. Again, as described last week, policy often determines practice, and in this case, in this month, practice will determine policy. So this is something we already have in place as far as our facility development goals and planning, and that is always to make sure that we are in consideration of Title IX requirements as specified by Section 5923. So those two policies are as stated. I also gave an explanation on GBC and GCB. These two items are HR specific to the Educator Assistance Act, and it specifically identifies staff compensation and also staff contracts identifying location. And this, Ms. Hamilton and Ms. Williams, is already in practice. And so in the contracts that we give out, this is identified. Our policy now represents that. So these are the policies we bring before you for consideration for first reading.
Mr. Chair, can I ask, is there a motion appropriate then for all of the first reading except for the one you mentioned about expulsions?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept first reading of policies FA, FB, GBC, and GCB.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept the first reading motion for policy FA, FB, GBC, and GCB. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? It passes unanimously. Continuing, please.
Thank you, Chair Nixon. Moving on to policy items for second reading. I'll go by these line item by line item. Board members, please stop me as you would like to make motions if we would like together or separate. But policy EF we described already last reading has already in practice the Community Eligibility Provision Program that had already been discussed in November. Then policy GDC and GDC for professional staff leaves and absences and support staff leaves and absences. Specifically, board members, there's an area of blue that has the changes that we bring before you. And then at the last meeting prior to the vote, it was determined that we would offer 10 days of sick leave to our retired, retained staff members. And so that was added to the policy. And then policy KF is community use of school facilities. Provided in that is a lot of information that has been reviewed previously. If you have some questions, I think Ms. Williams might be a better person, or Mr. Simpson, to answer those. But that was extensively reviewed by the committee, and we talked about that last month. So let us know if you have any questions. What's that?
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, is it appropriate to ask a question about the policy, or do we need a motion first?
You need a motion, then we can ask in discussion.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we accept the second reading. Thanks for the help of administration, our attorneys, and the policy committee for policy EF. I make a motion that we accept the second reading. That would put it in action in our policy book.
Second.
EF.
Yes.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we accept the motion on policy EF. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? Unanimous consent. Moving on. Do I hear another motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we consider action on policy GCC and GDC with some amendments during discussion.
Second.
Allison, I don't believe we can.
That's not really an appropriate motion.
We can't do that.
Someone can make a motion to
amend
approve it,
after we've discussed
and
it.
then you would make a motion to amend once the motion has been made and seconded. If a motion is made and seconded.
Thank you. I just saw some typos and corrections, but yes, however we need to move.
Okay. So if you can restate that without the addition of the amendment until we discuss it.
Well, and if Ms. Strobel is going to make amendments, technically she would not be the one to make the motion.
Okay. Do I hear someone else with a motion? Oh, it has already been moved and second that we accept your amendment, but we have to vote that one down before we move on. So, those in favor of that stated amendment that was incorrect, please show the positive sign. Seeing none, those opposed? Okay. It fails. Now, a restatement of the motion by someone who's not going to make an amendment.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we accept policy GCC and policy GDC for second reading.
I second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept policy GCC and policy GDC for the second reading. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair, it could be a typo, and I'm sorry I didn't notice it in first reading, but in second reading, under personal leave, it mentions in the fourth paragraph down that the smallest denomination of sick leave that one could take is 1/2, but in other places it mentions 1/4 of a day. So I just thought we might want to clarify before we put this in our policy book, is that the intent of the policy committee and administration in the fourth paragraph under personal leave on both of those policies, I didn't know if it was a typo, but it mentions 1/2 is the smallest denomination of leave. In other places, it mentions 1/4.
I'll yield to the superintendent, as this was not something that we talked about in the policy committee meeting.
Right. So this is the way the policy was written previously, that was adopted by the board. I don't know what the date was for that particular policy, but I was trying to find out some information as to what is the distinct difference between the .25 for sick leave and then half day is the smallest increment for personal leave. That's the question on the floor. I am not sure if it's because of our system, and this would be a question for finance, and I know this would be a question for Ms. Crosby, but Ms. Barrett, do you have any knowledge of the distinct differences between the sick leave having .25 for sick leave being the smallest increment and half day for personal leave being the smallest? It's different in the policy. And I don't know if that's because of the system that it has to go in like that, or that was the preference of the board when this policy was adopted. Okay, so it's not the system. So that means it's the preference of the board. So if the board would like to change that so that it's synonymous with each other, sick leave, .25, personal leave, .25, or sick leave, half day, and personal leave, half day being the smallest increments, that's at the pleasure of the board.
And can I add just a comment on why this typically is the case in many districts? Yes. And again, this is totally a board preference, but sick leave is typically not planned, and so many boards choose to have .25 in case a teacher has to leave early after getting sick or having to pick up a child who's gotten sick in particular, so that they only have to use 1/4 of a day for an unplanned situation, whereas personal leave is planned in advance, and it's easier to get a substitute either through a system or to plan in advance for a half a day. But that's kind of the unplanned nature of the sick leave, particularly as it occurs during a school day. But that is 100% a board preference, and you can do either, or you can do either. But that's the kind of historical rationale.
If I may offer just some thought, because the committee did look at, again, not that portion of the policy, but we did look at sick leave, and we did look at what is expected, which was the time that that you're going to need to take off, so you can plan accordingly, and then the time that is sick leave when you need to not be present. And so there was, a distinction of anticipated and non-anticipated. So that does seem to coordinate with the other verbiage in the policy and as it was reviewed by the committee.
And that seems to make sense to me when you don't have a planned sick leave when you have to leave because you become ill during the day. Is there any other discussion on that? Is everyone well with that wording as it is? Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to be sure if the committee and administration is recommending the 3 days as a policy is written, or was that a typo, that it was 5 days? Employee anticipating an absence of more than 3 consecutive work days must complete and submit a formal leave of absence, which I know we already have the prior permission in there, but I wonder about that 3 consecutive days. Is that a typo, or was it meant to be 5?
It is not a typo. It is what was discussed. And as I understand it, Ms. Hamilton, also Ms. Williams, that's what's been done in practice, and that's what the directors at the policy committee meeting told us, that was already in practice, that if there had been 3 days, that was the time frame that they would typically get information from the employee. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I would like to ask, Mr. Chairman, if I can, just to Attorney Hannah, if I want to make an amendment to this, is it I make a motion to amend? Is that the proper way to do that?
Yes, you would make a motion to amend.
And we do that now while there's already a motion and a second, because it would amend this motion?
Correct. And then you would vote on the amendment, and if the amendment passes, that's what you're voting on. If it doesn't pass, then it goes back to the original motion.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we would amend both of these policies and strike the language under the verification of sick leave.
Mr. Chairman, can that be made specific? Is that both paragraphs or both sentences that are identified under verification of sick leave?
Yes, it is. Because the second one refers back to the first one. I think it's a very dangerous precedent whenever we say supervisors reserve the right to request official medical documentation to verify the need for sick leave at his or her discretion.
Isn't that after 3 days?
We need a second to discuss it.
Yeah, it has not received a second yet, so. Hearing no second, that motion fails. So we're back to the original motion. Is there any more discussion on the original motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of accepting the second reading on policies GCC and GDC, please raise your hand. That is 5. Those opposed? Let me go back. So that was 4. There were 4? Okay, 4-3. It passes. Moving on. Policy KF, did you?
I'm sorry, that policy was reviewed at the last committee meeting, so if there's any questions, I can certainly answer the information that was provided. This policy is in accordance to a policy that we adopted from another district in South Carolina that had been properly vetted, and so we're using that as an example for facility usage in our district as well. So, and we also identified in the administrative rule specifics with regards to specific properties that we had some challenges that we wanted to make sure we identified.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the second reading of policy KF for community use of school facilities.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept policy KF for community use of school facilities. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposition? None, it passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Whitcomb, for your group's work.
Thank you, and we do meet next Monday at 5 o'clock.
All right, moving on. Number 8, Superintendent's Report. Effective leadership supports learning and optimal performance for all students. Superintendent Williams.
Thank you, Chair Nixon. At this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Allen, Ms. Tashina Allen, principal of Cottageville Elementary School, to please come forward. As I have communicated to the board at past meetings, my report moving forward will consist of our schools giving a full update on their continuous improvement plans. We are nearing a testing season as well, so I'm going to ask Ms. Allen if she would please give the report for Cottageville.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So on tonight, I'm here to talk about the continuous improvement and turnaround plan for Cottageville Elementary School. Our current rating right now is a rating of average for the 24-25 school report card. The school has been identified for additional targeted support and improvement, which is ATSI, due to the performance of our Students with Disabilities subgroup. Can you hear it? No? Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, y'all. The achievement of this subgroup is significantly below state expectations and requires more focused efforts and improvements with our students with special needs. Resource and equity goal definition. Based on South Carolina Department of Education, a resource and equity goal is a strategic objective designed to identify and address disparities in access to resources that hinder the academic success of specific student population. And that population, again, at Cottageville is our students with special needs. So the resource and equity goal for Cottageville is by May 2026, CES will increase the percentage of students with disabilities scoring meets or exceeds in academic achievement from 36% to 42% as measured by the ESAA subgroup performance data file. With that being said, there's always strategies. So with those strategies, we are doing a lot of small group instruction within the classroom. Our related arts team is also doing small group instruction. They're getting a double dose of reading instruction provided by our reading interventionists, as well as our general education teachers and our self-contained special education teachers. And our resource teachers are also pushing in more than they are pulling out this school year. In math, our students are also receiving small group instruction, double dose math instruction provided by math interventionists, general education teachers, and the interventionists that we have, that we're paying for out of our Title I funds. And they receive that intervention each day. We track the progress of our strategies with our students with disabilities in reading and math by using the data in iReady. We also leverage our positive behavior support specialists to provide targeted behavior strategies and interventions and social emotional supports for our students. With that being said, it leads to an ELA goal. So by May 2026, Cottageville Elementary School will increase the percentage of students with disabilities scoring meets or exceeds on the SC Ready reading assessment from 15% to 25% as measured by the GPS Administrator Navigator. So then that leads us to some ELA strategies. We utilize the Open Court reading workbooks for grades K through 5. It reinforces foundational reading skills and it provides structured practices aligned with the core instruction. We also utilize UFly within the classroom and Hegarty lesson routine with Fidelity as well. That is also giving them the systematic phonics block for 20 to 30 minutes. UFly is also going to our special education teachers as well, which includes our self-contained and our resource settings. That will strengthen our explicit reading instruction and our intervention strategies and practices across the building. So our math goal for our students with special needs, which is our subgroup that has been identified, is by May 2026, Cottageville Elementary will increase the percentage of students with disabilities achieving meets or exceeds in math on the SC Ready from 5% to 15%, as evidenced by that same navigator. So the math strategies that we are utilizing. Curriculum and associates are already practice and problem solving, grades 1 through 5. It was 2 through 5. This year it is 1 through 5. It reinforces the math concepts, gives that targeted skill instruction that they need, and they also are working on math fluency with Fluency Flight. The kids love the Fluency Flight. It's Little Dragons. That's 4 days a week, 8 minutes. After 8 minutes, it cuts them off. If they continue to do it and utilize the program, they begin to build their math fact fluency. They like to see the dragon eyes light up, the red. They love to see the green, and making sure that they're getting what they need. I'm going to tell a story. We have a fifth grader, and he did not want to do his iReady, and he said he didn't want to do his Fluency Flight. He said, I'll catch up tomorrow. I said, no, you have to do one every day. You can't catch up tomorrow. Why can't I catch up tomorrow? And at that time, Ms. Hedden had just sent a data file from iReady that was showcasing the percentages across the district. So being my genius self, pull it out. I said, didn't I tell y'all that everybody, not just Ms. Allen looks at it or Ms. Scoville, that everybody? I said, look at this email. Do you see where this came from? He said, that says Florida. I said, mm-hmm. I said, go down a little further. That said Washington. Mm-hmm. Now do you understand? It's bigger than Cottageville. It's bigger than Colleton. And he just looked at me. He said, they're going to know if I didn't do it? Yeah, they're going to know if you didn't do it. Do you want your name to be on this side, or do you want your name to be on this side? Y'all, he has been doing his iReady ever since, because it now registers to him that others are going to see his effort and his work. And he has not missed a goal since that. All right. So continuing with math strategies, providing ongoing assessment project professional development for teachers to strengthen the mathematics instruction through formative assessment and targeted strategies that support student understandings of mathematical concepts. I want to make sure I say it right, y'all. Our babies, they need that repetition. And not just at school, but at home as well. And so it's just making sure that our babies are getting it everywhere. So parents, yes, I'm standing in front of the board, and I'm saying if you're riding in your car, there is nothing wrong with asking them what's 5 times 5. There is nothing wrong with holding up some little flashcards and having some educational conversations while you're moving through and about your day. So that's just my little that's my plug, y'all, on tonight. So then implementing a daily math intervention using the Bridges curriculum to provide targeted support and strengthen students' conceptual understanding of mathematics and those mathematics skills. So that shifts to our PBSS initiative. We know that they support us behaviorally, socially, emotionally. We have 2, as well as with attendance challenges that we have. We have 2, and they are phenomenal within the building. And when you see the data in a moment, it's phenomenal. They are phenomenal. They provide individual and small group sessions with the children. They help the kids stay in the classroom. Instead of being out of the classroom, they are literally in the classroom. And I love it when they're in the classroom and they're sitting, and then you have, well, if Mr. Clayton is sitting with this one, everybody starts looking. So we had to say, don't you start acting up. He can come sit by you too without you doing that. But they love the fact of, if they're having an issue, being able to have somebody they can go to. They're not missing the instruction very long, and being able to get back into the classroom. And then they collaborate with the teachers, counselors, administration to identify what those students' needs are, what the supports are that are needed, along with our school counselors, so that we can build an entire wraparound within our building for our kids socially, emotionally, behaviorally, and mentally. So we implement proactive behavior interventions and classroom strategies to improve student engagement, and this has been huge. The check-in, check-out, and just checking in with those kids every morning, finding out, especially on Monday morning, or if we're off on Mondays, Tuesday morning, having those conversations with them, and knowing if they had a struggle before they got to school, if there's something that they need to talk about. They're now opening up, talking about it, and then they're going on about their day, and you see them smiling. And then it's building those positive relationships, and it's reinforcing the appropriate behaviors, and then it is reducing the incidence in simple discipline, and it is also providing our kids with social emotional growth. So what you see up front are our referral data for 24-25 and the referral data for 25-26. I know it looks small, but I'm going to tell you at this time, last year, there were 350 referrals across the building for various things. And at this same time, same date this year, we have 181. And of those 181, several of those it's just some repeat people, but it has been cut drastically, and the kids have been able to stay in the classroom. Oh, I don't know why that is not showing, but I'm sorry. With the attendance and truancy, this time last year, what I did, you can't, it's not showing on yours, but it has fall semester 24. That at this time last year, there was 137 students that were truant. That's just for the fall. So then when we got to this point last year, there were 261 out of the 400 children that were truant for that semester. So this year, first semester, there was 100, and to this date, there is 140 altogether. So the numbers are coming down. We do harass them. We do get on their nerves. We don't mind making house calls. We don't mind driving out. They may get a little upset, but it's done all in love, because if they're not in the seat, they can't learn. And they have an assessment they have to take. And then they're struggling when they have to take it, but they've missed 50 to 60 days. And we still have to do what? Motivate them and encourage them to still do the best that they can do. And with that being said, that is where Cottageville is in our continuous improvement plan. Questions, concerns, or emotional outbursts at this time?
Thank you, Ms. Allen. I agree. Talk about it when you ride down the street.
Yes, ma'am.
And
I'll say too that having visited your school last year and heard your absenteeism data, to hear the reductions that you've made means that your staff are really focusing on the right things and getting kids to school, and that is definitely to be commended. So I'll have an emotional outburst on that one.
And I'm going to echo your call out to parents to take every opportunity to teach. I remember when I first started working in this district, I worked at Blackstreet, and I loved Miss Newton. The problem with Miss Newton is my class went to lunch right behind hers, and we were always late getting to lunch because all the way down the hall, Miss Newton would stop and have her children read that or do the math on that thing. And I used to just take my class around because Miss Newton was going to teach down the halls. Parents, teach every minute your child is awake. It helps them. Thank you so much. Any other comments?
Good job, Ms. Allen. Good job.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Continuing, Superintendent Williams.
All right, thank you, Chair Nixon, and I too would like to thank Ms. Allen for the presentation and thank her for the work that she and her staff are doing at Cottageville to make sure that our students are excelling academically, behaviorally, and with their attendance. So thank you so very much. Board members, the next item on the agenda is the March 16th, 2026 inclement weather day. And I updated you in Friday's board brief to let you know that our transformational coach contacted the Office of Federal and State Accountability, and we are not required to make up that day. So the board can forgive the day missed, and I want to thank Ms. Whitkin for her tenacity, but we did some more digging, so we do not have to make up that day. And at this time, I would like to recommend that the board forgive the March 16th, 2026 date that we missed from school due to inclement weather.
Mr. Chair, I so move.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we forgive that day that was missed on March 16th due to inclement weather. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make public notice of the fact that our school district's priorities are first and foremost to keep our students and staff safe, which is what I think the action of the administration did with regards to March the 16th, given the weather reports that continuously changed. Because of that late change, we did have to take an inclement weather day, but also a priority of this board and the school district is to ensure the instructional time of our students. And you know, I don't want to ever not fully consider what the instructional needs are of our students. However, given what we were faced with the only available time to add to the end of the school year, it just simply did not work. So I don't want the forgiveness of this board on this day to misrepresent our priorities for safety and instruction. Those are still priorities. It is basically a timing decision at this time. And also, I just want to thank those that create our calendar to have those inclement weather days positioned both with hurricanes and with winter storms so that we can properly make that time up when we can. This was obviously a rare occasion which requires specialized action.
Ms. Williams, if you don't have it available tonight, if you could provide in our Friday board brief the change, because last week you stated that we needed 3 before we could forgive, just so we understand as board members if that rule's changed, because I'd heard that before as well, like you stated. So you can just provide that to us so we know.
Well, I can tell you now because from my conversation with our transformational coach, she said that the law did change. And she wasn't aware of it until she contacted someone in the Office of Federal and State Accountability. And I wasn't aware that it had changed either. But they were not going to hold it against us that we had not used those 3 days that were already identified in our calendar before the board could vote to forgive the day. So, I mean, if you want the exact law, I can do more research and ask her to provide that for me.
Thank you.
I can do that, but that's what the information that she sent. And she also, there's some procedures that we have to go through. So like Ms. Hyman goes to the State Department's portal and she has to place the days in there that we missed. So if the board forgives this day, which I know you have, then we have to provide the minutes from the meeting. It has to be documented. There's several steps that we have to take, and we will do that tomorrow.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion to forgive that day, please raise your hand. Unanimous consent. Thank you. Moving on. Overnight field trips.
Okay, next on the agenda, the overnight field trips. Board members, we sent you some information today. Basically, there are 2 field trips that need your attention. Both of these field trips, well, one was previously approved. The field trip number 4556. This field trip was approved by the board. However, the dates and the location of this field trip has changed, and I sent you the rationale that was sent by Mr. Sean Johnson as to why they have decided not to take the children to the National Career Development Conference, and it's basically because of the impact of the TSA staffing in the airports and just uncertain travel times. So the trip now is scheduled for May 6th through the 8th. And the trip name is the JAG Educational Trip. The location is Atlanta, Georgia. The sponsors are Mr. Sean Johnson and Elena Lane. There are 20 students and 2 adults. And they also sent the itinerary, and I think we sent that to you as well, so that you could see exactly where they are going on that trip when they reach Atlanta.
So you still need approval for that?
Well, being that the dates have changed, yes, I would like to ask the board to please approve that.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion?
Please.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the trip to Atlanta, Georgia for the JAG program. And we love the opportunity that JAG provides for our children and the sponsorship that Mr. Johnson and others give for May 6th through 8th.
I'll second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept the change of date for the trip and the place from Utah to Atlanta. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? Unanimous consent.
Okay. The second trip, this trip was sent to you. It was not approved, but it was sent to you last week for your consideration. This particular trip was scheduled for May 24th through May 27th, which is Memorial Day weekend. And that trip was to Orlando, Florida. That trip has been changed. There was more consideration about the fact that it was during Memorial Weekend. We just have to be very careful about where and the number of people in certain places. So the trip was changed, and the date is now May 31st through June 2nd to Myrtle Beach. And we also sent you that itinerary as well. This trip is being sponsored by the 6th grade boys mentoring group. So it's all boys who will be attending this trip to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The trip sponsor is Mr. Ashley Bryan. There are 30 students and 6 adults going on this trip. So we ask for your consideration to approve this trip number 4486.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion?
Okay, just before that, clarification. On the paperwork, it says 30 students and 4 adults, but they are now 6.
Yes, that has been changed because we directed them to have more chaperones.
For that age group.
So it's
Very
6.
good. Okay. Just so that is noted. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the middle school trip based on the changes so that it will be May 31st through June 2nd for the boys mentoring trip.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept the trip, or to approve the trip going to Myrtle Beach, May 31st through June 2nd. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? Unanimous consent. Continue.
Thank you. Chair Nixon, that completes the overnight field trips. And at this time, I ask Ms. Hamilton if she would come up with the Human Resources Report.
Good evening, Ms. Hamilton.
Good evening, board members. I do have one additional update. You should have received the vacancy updates today from Ms. Hyman. So we have a total of 25. If you will see that all of our elementary schools are on one page, and then on the second page, the secondary schools. So we have a total of 16 at our elementary and 9 at our secondary schools. And so, certified contracts were issued a few weeks ago, and as our teachers are making decisions, our vacancies are fluctuating. So I just want to be as transparent as I can possibly be as people are making decisions about next year, okay? I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I don't have any other additions to my report. I would like to just add that your invitation for the retirement banquet should be in the mail one day this week. Oh, y'all got it? Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Any discussion, any questions?
Ms. Hamilton, may I ask on the high school, that, am I reading correct, there's one fine arts, so that would be the chorus position?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Potentially, I'll say that. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Mr. Nixon, if I may ask Ms. Hamilton, I know you said May 10th is when our contracts are due?
Yes, ma'am.
Terrific. And do you have an approximate percentage of how many of those contracts you have already returned?
We have approximately 53% of our contracts returned.
Terrific.
For certified teachers. And I believe I told you 46% of administrators today? Yes, ma'am.
Great. Look forward to hearing from the others.
Yes,
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Ms. Hamilton, just real quick, I noticed that we were potentially losing 10 of our special ed teachers. Is that something that we should be specifically concerned with?
So if you recall, we began the year with 24 vacancies, and so Dr. Durden and his department, along with Human Resources, have been collaborating on how to get in-person instruction to those students. And so these vacancies have been on the books for a while.
Okay.
For at least 2 years, and so we're just working to fill them. And so we are down significantly because we have hired in-person teachers. So we're going from 24, I believe we have 13 vacancies now.
So these aren't ones that we are losing from this year?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Ms. Williams, moving on.
Yes, ask that Ms. Barrett please come up with our finance update.
Good evening, Ms. Barrett.
Good evening, board members, audience. The first reading of the budget was presented on last week, and you have a copy of my report. The figures that we have from the first reading was based on the information that we got from the House budget. The figures that we have remains unchanged. And I just want to reiterate that the district started with a $3.4 million deficit. As you recall, last year we had, for this fiscal year, we had $2.1 million we had to use from our fund balance. As you recall, on the 45-day, we lost $1.7 million. But with attrition and various other ways for us to reduce our expenditures, we are just over $1 million in deficit right now. The superintendent and administrative team, we are continuing working toward a balanced budget. A balanced budget. The second reading is going to be in May, and that reading is going to be based on the Senate allocation that we'll be getting. And once we get those allocations from the Senate, we will have our second reading. And our goal is to have a balanced budget during our second reading. I'll be glad to have any questions if you have any.
Any questions, members?
I just want to commend Ms. Barrett and her team on the work that they're doing to get our budget balanced. I think that's a tremendous goal that we're after, and I think y'all are doing a tremendous job with what y'all are doing to get the budget where it needs to be.
Thank you, Mr. Murdock, because that's our goal this year, is to definitely have a balanced budget, and we are getting close there. We're almost there.
Any other questions?
Ms. Barrett, if I could, correct me if I'm wrong, the budget that we were given, it was based on a 45-day count, student count?
Right, 45-day student count from the House budget. The House version number that they gave us, the allocation, was based on the 45-day count.
Okay, could I ask why we're not looking at the 135-day since we're already?
Not looking at the 135-day because the Senate version, which we won't get until May, is based on the 135-day. So we have to use numbers that we get from the state based on the allocation, based on the 45-day ADM, or based on the 135 ADM. We don't know yet what the 135-day going to be like until we get the numbers from the Senate in May.
Any other questions?
We never got the 135-day count. Can we get that very quickly?
135-day students count?
Uh-huh.
I think.
So we'll have to get that number for you because we don't have it now, but we'll get that number. I thought that we had given you that information.
No, we did about the 135 count several meetings back, and we were told that we couldn't get that count then because it wasn't official, it was an unofficial number.
That's
correct. So now we're several months after that, and we still don't have the 135-day count.
But Ms. Vaughn sent that number out to us, and she gave us that count, but we would have to, Ms. Williams, forward to the board. But that number was given to us by Ms. Vaughn.
And no one has that currently?
If we can look in our emails and see if you have it.
I would rather make sure that I'm giving you the correct number. I would like to go back, get the number, and I'll send it to you in the Friday board brief. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Barrett.
Okay, thank you.
You need a motion to
Oh,
approve.
we need a motion for the first reading. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve for the first reading the 2026-2027 budget as presented.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we hear the first reading of the 2026-2027 school year budget. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, as we make considerations for next year's budget, this is the first reading. We'll go through 3, correct? And so, I just want to recognize the effort and specifically point out the differences, and the most significant is the reduction in expenditures of over $2 million. So anyone that says our school district overspends isn't understanding that how much we have reduced in our expenses. And also, I just want to recognize the effort. The attrition has assisted us through the reduced students. And so, we really are working to fine-tune the ratios, and that's not an easy process. But in doing so, this budget has to focus on our people because they are our most valuable asset. So assets, money, and people are the most important things, and I think we have a really good balance starting here with this first reading. Thank you.
So noted. Any other discussion?
Well, I would just like to make a comment on that. I am a community member and a board member, both who thinks that we are spending entirely too much. And unfortunately, we continue to see a decline in our enrollment. And I really hope that we can come before the approval of our final budget and continue to drop those numbers.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of accepting the first reading of the school budget for academic year 2026-27, please raise your hand. Opposition? 5-2 is our count. The first reading has passed. Academics and student affairs, our core purpose is teaching and learning. Dr. Cordelia Jenkins, come on down.
Chair Nixon, school board members, Superintendent Williams, one and all. You have a copy of my report, and I can entertain any questions that you may have at this time.
Questions, comments?
Mr. Nixon, if I may just thank our academic team, instructional team for recognition of the missed instructional days at Carleton Middle School and the postponement of that testing date. I think that's going to make a huge difference for our kids, and it's just recognizing that when the building is not right, the learning isn't happening just as it needs to be, and everything is worked backwards from testing and testing prep. So giving those kids and teachers the time is very much appreciated.
Yes, thank you. Those 2 days where they can have in-house, face-to-face instruction. And I wondered, did I miss a visual? I know we heard about testing dates, but is there a visual parents can put on the refrigerator and be mindful of testing? If we could get that on the website, or is it going home?
Testing dates are listed on the website, but we don't have a visual, like a magnetic. I guess they can make copies. Yes, but it's on the website.
Thank you.
Pardon? Oh, and letters have been sent home to parents as well, and they can use that to post on their refrigerators as reminders.
Thank you. We wanted to echo that in case it got lost in the book bag.
And I asked, thank you, Dr. Jenkins, too, but I also asked Mr. Peoples if he was here, if he doesn't mind, just to share some of the things that you did concerning the 2 days that you missed. Well, 2 days they had e-learning, and then 1 day was a half day because of the HVAC issues that were occurring at the school.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
Definitely, I do want to thank Ms. Bozeman, Ms. Williams, Superintendent Williams, and Ms. Hedden for approving us starting testing at a later date. Because originally we were supposed to start April 28th. But losing 2 days of instruction, yes, that was a concern for y'all. It was definitely a concern for me. Coming in with my leadership team, we had to come up with a plan. By moving the date and getting it approved, we've increased up to 4 extra days of review time. And so our teachers did a great job creating a extensive review plan, but it takes 2 weeks to implement the plan. So this kind of cut into our instruction. So I am very pleased to tell you all that review plan is up and running, and it's really working with, we're doing it with fidelity, and we're going to see a lot of improvement. Every PLC has a part in playing in our review plan. We've done extra test prep practice. We're using Study Sync and iReady instruction, and we've been doing a lot of TDW practice. We were doing it virtually as well. When we logged in and we were monitoring instruction, we were able to see a lot of our kids did log on and participate, but we know that in-person, that doesn't take the place of in-person training. So I just wanted to say thank you to them for allowing us to extend testing to begin actually on May 4th. I also have to acknowledge Mr. Simpson and his team. They responded quickly to get us back in the building. And so I want to thank them because our success is definitely going to be a direct reflection to that team getting us back in a functioning building as quickly as possible. So I appreciate that. But every PLC is now working very quickly to implement the plan that we had created. So it is up and running. Our parents are notified of testing. Students are notified of testing. We've begun goal-setting conferences with the kids so that they know where they are and where they need to be when they complete SC Ready. So we have been instructing and getting our kids ready. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who approved that plan to start testing May 4th.
Good job. All right. Any other discussion? Questions? By the way, Dr. Jenkins, I don't know who to ask. Are they going to have the pre-test pep rallies at the various schools?
Yes.
Okay.
We are definitely.
Okay. I'm hoping that you will
May 1st.
Let us know when so that some of us can attend to show our faces, because that's important to the students. Thank you very much, Ms. Peoples. I'm glad y'all got things going back.
May 1st. What time is it?
We haven't scheduled the time, but it's going to be probably around 2 o'clock. So at the end of the day, that'll be the last thing our kids do before they start testing that Monday.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Dates are also outlined in your April calendar.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Moving on. Operational management, safe, secure, positive environment.
Okay.
Superintendent Williams.
I want to again thank Dr. Jenkins and Mr. Peoples for their updates. I'm going to now move to operations, and for operations, I've asked IT to give a report on what they're doing to assist with state testing. Mr. Zorn nor Mrs. Frank were able to be here tonight, but Mrs. Frank did send me an update, and I want to just read a little of it for you, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Bradley if he would come up, give a brief update on transportation, and then Mr. Simpson. So our information technology department has been preparing for the upcoming online state testing over the past month to ensure our schools are fully supported throughout the testing window. Schools were asked to review their Chromebooks and submit repair requests prior to spring break so devices could be serviced in advance. They were also instructed to run the DRC readiness check to identify and resolve any potential issues before testing begins. IT leadership has developed a coverage schedule, so technicians will be present at testing locations each day to provide on-site support and quickly address any technical needs. Schools have also been asked to designate a location where technicians can stage loaner devices if needed. Each school also has a battery charging station available in the event a Chromebook's battery runs low during testing. Technicians will verify that spare batteries are accounted for and fully charged, and schools have been reminded to ensure Chromebook carts are plugged in and powered on daily. Through these proactive steps, our IT team is well prepared to support our schools and help ensure a smooth and successful online testing process. Okay, Mr. Bradley.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Williams, colleagues. Just a quick update from transportation. Transportation has put on 2 new drivers in the month of April. Yay. Also, the My Ride app, slowly creeping, but always creeping up, 645, which is an addition to what you have just from the last report. And today, we completed our bus evacuations for the second semester at the middle and high school today. That was put back a week due to the closure of the middle school. I wanted to make sure every child had the opportunity to go through that second time around. And I was present today personally at each bus for the middle school to talk with those students as they exited the bus out of the rear emergency door, the sit and scoot process of that, getting out of that bus and knowing what was going on and where to assemble. Even if the driver's stuck in the bus there to get out, they take nothing with them, and they know what to do. And I've been doing it for 9 years here in Colleton. These kids, I saw them from elementary on up, and they get it. They're going well, so I feel very confident about everybody getting off the school bus if we have an emergency at any time. So very blessed for that. That's concluded my report. Any questions?
Very good. Any questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, I have one. Do you have more drivers for your athletic buses? Do you have more drivers? I know you were short at one time.
Yes, sir. We actually have one I interviewed this morning. That's a current employee of this district. And we also have another one that's going to be joining us next year because we are short in that area. But we have 2 potential new drivers coming on for next year to help athletics and the 3 drivers that we currently have.
Well, that'll be great because I know we have a lot of games going on sometime during the week and we'll be short of drivers.
And we are, and we have constraints of departure time when it relates to the school bell, to the time we can get done with our routes. So adding those 2 drivers, I feel confident will improve that for next year for our athletes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, if I may ask another question about that. Is there state law that prevents coaches from being able to drive and have a CDL?
No, ma'am, there's no law against that.
So if we needed 2 coaches can?
Yeah, and we have 2 types we have a full CDL that would take to drive, the larger bus, but we also have the 14 passenger. And we have 2 of those vehicles that are assets that are on our lot that they go through a lesser degree of capturing that safe travel in that type of bus. Mm-hmm. And I would obviously promote that with if we had 2 coaches could drive 2 of those vehicles and transport 28 students. That's a theory that a lot of other districts have utilized from COVID on up to this point, and that's something we definitely need to look into a little deeper.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Simpson.
Good evening, board members. Just a brief update on the middle school. The last time I was here, the middle school was on e-learning. That situation has been corrected, and we have a meeting scheduled next week with our insurance adjuster to review that to hopefully help cover some of the costs from the remediation efforts that we did all last week, and then we will continue to do with maybe some tile that has popped up due to the water leak, and then also some carpet that has been affected in the auditorium at the middle school. Again, as Mr. People said, I just wanted to thank him and his staff. They were more than cooperative with this very unfortunate event, and especially with the timing of it. I wish that there was more that we could do. Unfortunately, sometimes these things happen, and they break at the wrong times. So again, we are back fully operational, which is fantastic. And again, we'll just keep trying to monitor things and hopefully prevent them from getting worse in the future.
All right. Any questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Superintendent Williams, are you going to?
Yes, we have 2 capital projects recommendations that were discussed previously with you, and Mr. Simpson is now prepared to provide those recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. On behalf of the administration, we would like to bring to before the board the recommendation that was reviewed at the last capital projects meeting, and that is in regards to the indoor sports and restroom facility project at the baseball and softball fields. If you recall, at the, let me think, March 17th meeting, we approved the funding aspect to cover the cost of the design of the facilities. Now we're just coming back and doing the formal recommendation to move forward with spending those funds on the design. Some of the questions that came up were, after so many years, does the design go away or does it not come code compliant? I have talked with Mosley, who is our school district's architect. And with that is, once we go through the process and go through all the permitting, it is on the district to continue every 6 months to write a letter saying that we are continuing to seek funding to award the project. So the design never goes bad as long as the district retains Mosley as the architect. Once the district chooses to go into a different direction with Mosley, then we would have to go through and hopefully, we could utilize a little bit, but we would not be able to utilize Mosley's official drawings. But for the permitting aspect and for OSF approval, that piece would already be done. We would just have to continue to submit that letter to OSF and anybody else who issues us permits to continue that until all the funding is in place. The goal behind this is that we would do it in a base bid, and the base bid would be the batting facility itself, and then the bid alternate would be the restroom project. And the way to set that up is we could award the base bid project, and then depending on where the funding comes in for the restroom project, we can either choose at that time to not award that, or we can choose to award that at the time that we receive the bids back. But at this time, on behalf of the administration, we would like to recommend for the board to approve moving forward with the design and restroom project at the baseball and softball fields.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the design for the indoor sports facility and restroom project as presented.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept that we move forward with the design funding for the indoor recreation facility. Any discussion on this matter?
Mr. Chair, I wonder, Ms. Superintendent Williams or Mr. Simpson, if we were to decide the bathrooms were a greater need, would we have flexibility there, once you get the design?
Yes, we would. The reason to go with the base bid of the facilities is the batting facility is the one that is more of the code issue, which has speared this project, with the bathrooms being something that was added afterwards. That's why it was set that way. But yes, you are correct. We can flip those if we choose.
Any other questions?
Can you state the cost of the design to the board?
The total funding approved is $144,000, and $144,184.64 is what it has been approved by the board for the funding.
To clarify, that is in this current motion, Mr. Simpson?
The funding piece is not, just the design to go out to issue the purchase order is.
Okay.
The funding has already been approved by the board.
And to make specific, the funding sources are from previous capital campaign project funds from 2020, 2023, and 2025?
Yes, you are correct.
So the funding for the actual construction would be anticipated in next year's capital projects budget, correct?
Yes, we anticipate roughly about a year, 18 months in design. So that's the typical time frame of design. So once we get that back, so you're looking not this coming year, but the following years whenever we'd be looking at setting some funds aside to actually construct the project.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
So, Mr. Simpson, we have a quote from whoever, Mosley or whoever, that this is how much the design is going to cost?
No, sir. If you remember, that was discussed at the capital projects meeting, and I said that I would not put a price tag on this. That is what we're doing the design for, because I don't want to stand here and tell you it's going to cost $2 million, and then the design comes back and it costs $5 million.
No. I'm asking the cost for them to do the design.
Can you
that we have a quote from them, or we have a bill from them that says the design is going to cost $144,184.64.
Yes, sir. We do.
Okay, and that's with Mosley.
Sorry for that. I thought I misunderstood.
And that's with Mosley.
Yes.
Any other questions? Hearing none. All those in favor, please show your 3, 4. Those opposed? 3, 4. The motion passes.
The next item under capital projects is the reallocations of past bond funds and current bond funds. And anticipation of the project approval, I had a option A and option B for you. So based on the vote that just passed, we will be looking at option A. So on this nice colored sheet that you see, at the very bottom of it, there are only 2 funding sources that we're looking to reallocate funds to. We're looking to reallocate past bond funds to district-wide generators and also district-wide HVAC. Under the 2025, there was money set aside for the upgrades and replacement of the superintendent's suite, as it was called out in there, and we're just looking to shift that money over into district-wide HVAC, so there is no confusion.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Certainly. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the reallocations of funds, option A as presented, specifically identifying money to be used for generator and HVAC throughout the district.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we accept the reallocation of funds motion. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I just want to be able to provide some information with regards to this specific motion, and that is to say that, we have had a number of projects on the books that have been moved from year to year. The funding has also moved along with it. And so the district's use of the funding that we have, specific to the projects that we need to have completed, is really working along very nicely. We're getting the information, the money is being allocated and used, and with my making of this motion and my intended approval of the reallocation of these funds, I want to be able to provide confidence in the district in what it is we are doing moving forward in a very equal distribution of needs and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Questions? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 5, those opposed. 5-2, the motion carries. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Simpson. At this time, I'll entertain a motion that we move into executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we enter into executive session only for the discussion of item 12.01, employment matters, 12.02, student release or admittance, and 12.03, discussion receipt of any legal advice on property, contractual, safety, and security.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we move into executive session to discuss issues number 1201, 1202, and 1203. Those in favor? Those opposed? 6-1. So moved. We're in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we enter back into open session.
I second.
It's been moved and properly second that we enter back into open session. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? We're back in open session. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the 8 professional staff employment recommendations for 26-27 that were given to us by administration.
Second.
Is it moved and properly second that we accept the 8 professional staff recommendations? Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? Unanimous consent. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the admittance of 1 through 6 into our district 2026-27 school year.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept the recommendations for student attendance for the next academic school year. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? Unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we release students 1 through 15 from our district 2026-2027.
Second.
It is moved and properly second that we accept the recommendations for releases for the academic year 26-27. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, Mr. Murdoch, is 15, was that all of them? 15 was the complete list?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? Unanimous consent. The second list.
No, we don't have to do that one.
The one there we've left in? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Before you adjourn, may I ask Chair Nixon, one of our former school board members passed away last Wednesday, Mr. Paul Hass, and he served on the school board for, I'm not sure exactly how many years, but I know he served alongside my mother, who served on the board for many years, and I just wanted to know if we could do a moment of silence in memory of Mr. Paul Hass.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion to adjourn.
It is moved and properly second that we adjourn. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor? Unanimous consent. Have a good evening, people.